So may I request everyone to please be ready. Please find your seats and make yourselves comfortable. For in 10 minutes, we will start with our program.
Big factor ano dapat
So,
So may I request everyone to please take your seats, and we are about to begin with our program. So we will start in 1 minute. coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. Good morning, folks. I am your host, Zaralyn Tagle Lumerio, the training specialist 3 from KC RPMO Bicol. And please join me in this one great experience here at Hotel St. Elias of the city of Legazpi, as DSWD KALAHI-CIDSS and CDDP proudly presents the Luzon Cluster Additional Financing Grand Launching. And at this point, let us unite our minds and souls in the presence of God to seek His abundant blessings. Let us all rise for the invocation to be led by the first string acoustic, which will be followed immediately by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem with Administrative Aid 6 of DSWD FO5, Mr. Paul Eli Mandak.
Yang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, ngalap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulubi, di ka pasisiil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhati, pagsinta buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pagmay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now be seated. Hello, Luzon! Marhay na aga, Becolandia! Finally, the long wait is over. So we are all gathered here in one venue for the KALAHI-CIDSS NCDDP Grand Launching for the Luzon Cluster. And I am very much elated to be here on stage and be your host for today and be part of this momentous event. And to make this activity more special, allow me please to introduce to you my co-host for today. The former member of the Capability Building Unit from Cordillera Administrative Region. And now, he is part of the National Program Management Office as MAPA Cluster Head for Luzon. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Manuel M. Ocaña Jr. So hello, Sir Bong. How are you? So how was your stay in Legazpi?
Sound check. Ayun, good morning, Shane. My stay was good. For everyone, good morning, magandang umaga. Naimbag na agsapa, marhay na aga sa ating lahat. It is an honor to host this event with you, Shane. But what's a bigger honor is to be a part of this event and to see everyone sharing this activity with us. Now, for the information of everyone, we are actually doing this face-to-face and also virtually via Zoom. Also, for those who can't join with the Zoom accounts, we are also doing this live via Facebook. So at this point, allow us to acknowledge all our distinguished guests and participants.
Okay, so let me start. From the Department of Social Welfare and Development, allow me to acknowledge Secretary Rolando Joselito Bautista.
From the Department of the Interior and Local Government, we have Undersecretary Martin Dino.
From the Department of Social Welfare and Development, we have here Assistant Secretary for Specialized Programs, Rhea B. Peñaflor. And from the World Bank, joining us via Zoom, we have the Country Director, Dr. Endiami Diop. And we also have the Senior Social Development Specialist, Ms. Malu L. Padua.
And our participants from the DSWD National Program Management Office, we have the KALAHI-CIDSS National Program Manager, Director Janet P. Armas.
We also have here the presence of the Project Development Officer for Ms. Pebi Ventura.
Our Project Development Officer 5, Ms. Didi Bosoen.
We also have here the Project Development Officer for OMPM, Ms. Tresna Pablo.
And also our ITO for SMU, we have Lawrence Garcia.
We also have Project Development Officer for Reynel Aragon.
And our Project Development Officer 4 for Engineering, Sir J. Aribay.
And joining us via Zoom, We have the regional directors for the Luzon cluster, starting with the Cordillera Administrative Region. We have Regional Director Arnel B. Garcia, CESU 2.
We also have from the Ilocandia, Ilocos Region, Field Office 1, we have Director Maria Angela S. Gupalan.
From Field Office 2, the Cagayan Valley Region, we have Regional Director Cesario Joel Espejo.
And joining us from the Central Luzon, Field Office 3, we have Director Marites Maricela.
And for the Field Office 4A Calabarzon, we have Regional Director Marcelo Nicomedes Castillo.
Also from Field Office 4, Mimaropa, we have Director Fernando R. De Villa.
And of course, from Field Office 5 from the Bicol Region, our beloved Regional Director, Mr. Leo L. Quintilla. Joining us here today are our partner national government agencies. From the Department of the Interior and Local Government, we have here the Division Chief, Olivia D. Ramirez.
We also have from the Office of Civil Defense, the Representative Planning Officer 1, Joya De La Rama.
And from the Philippine National Police, we have Police Colonel Jose Maria Franca.
Also from the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, we have Dr. Lynette B. Rosales.
And from the Armed Forces of the Philippines, we have here Major General Henry Robinson Jr.
Wala. From the National Economic Development Authority, we have the Regional Director, Agnes Tolentino.
And now, friends, allow us to acknowledge from the Department of Social Welfare and Development, Field Office 5. Let me start with our Assistant Regional Director for Operations, Ma'am Girlie L. Avila.
We also have our Assistant Regional Director for Administration. We have Attorney Michael Jerome Bellena.
Our Human Resource Management Development Division Chief, Ma'am Susan M. Bellesa.
And also joining us, our Administrative Division Chief, we have Judex Donel Llamoso.
And from the Policy and Plans Division, we have here Ma'am Marisa M. Paeste.
From our Disaster Response Management Division Chief, we have Marites L. Quismorio.
We also have here the presence of the Protective Services Division Chief, Mr. Arvin O. Razo.
Also with us is the SWEA President, we have Juvie Pasano.
And let's say hello to our Regional Executive Assistant, Ms. Joy Jimena.
Our Regional Information Officer, we have Mary Giselle B. Mesa.
And the Creative Arts Specialist, Mr. John Paul Lanuza.
And our RPC for Sustainable Livelihood Program, we have Sir Earl Maximilian Cecilio.
We also have here the presence of the KCNCDDP Regional Program Coordinator, Ms. Rosalie M. Berizo.
We would also like to welcome our Deputy Regional Program Manager, Ms. Adelaida P. Escurel.
And allow me please to acknowledge the members of the Regional Program Management Office of KCNCDDP Bicol. Hello guys! And now, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to acknowledge the local government units from the Region 5 Bicol. Let me start with the municipality of Manito, province of Albay. We have NPDO Engineer Dindo Adeliano and MSWDO Mirna S. Ferrer.
Also from Kamalik Albay, we have MSWDO Lourdes Liana and AA Leia Nierva.
Joining us today is the Mayor of Puruan, Albay, Honorable Alan Arandia, together with MSWDO Mercedes Napa.
Also joining us here right now is from Malinaw, Albay, our Mayor, Honorable Lenny Bell Sorlola Santos.
And present here today is the Mayor of Pulangi, Albay, Honorable Andy Mariscotes.
From Tiwi, Albay, we have here our Honorable Jaime Villanueva and MSWDO Christy Candolea.
And from Libon, Albay, we have him, MSWDO Lydia Leandero.
From OAS, Albay, we have MSWDO Cazel Abache and Ronald Reyalosa.
And from Kasiguran, Sorsogon, we have here MSWDO Blisilda Bontigao with MPDO Arlie Coranes and Municipal Administrator Maria Loreline D. Te.
Also joining us here right now, we have from Barcelona, Sorsogon, we have Attorney Cynthia Palfotelo Cortez, the LCE, Ariane May Sergio, and Salud G. De La Cruz.
We also have here from Guban, Sorsogon, MPDO Domingo Grefaldo Jr. and MSWDO Susan Apin.
Joining us also from Pilar, Sorsogon, we have our Mayor, Honorable Caroline C. Reyes and Engineer Jane Ludovice.
And from Donsol, Sorsogon, we have here the SB member, Honorable Christina Abitria with MDRMO Armand Brian Garrido.
And also a member from the SB from Castilla, Sorsogon, we have Honorable Elmer Mirandilla and Mac Romeo Valenzuela Jr.
And joining us today from Gubat, Sorsogon, we have the Mayor, Honorable Sharon Rose Escoto, with Municipal Administrator Patrick Omar Erestain.
And also from Bulacan, Camarines Sur, we have our SB, Honorable Glenn Henyo.
And we have here the presence of the mayors joining us virtually. We have here Honorable Eduardo Tan Lozano from Santa Magdalena, Sorsogon. We also have Honorable Philip Salvador Señar from Magarao, Camarines Sur. And from Bato, Camarines Sur, we have Frank B. Bernaldez. We also have from Preto Diaz, Sorsogon, Honorable Benito Lubrica Doma. We also have here the presence of Honorable Charmax John Altareros Huyuson from Batuan, Masbate. And from Garchitorena, Camarines Sur, we have here Mayor Nelson Dianella Buiza. And joining us via Zoom from Cabusao, Camarines Sur, Honorable Remy Sabaldero. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Montreal, Masbate, we have Honorable Wyatt Magdaraog Espiloy. And from LGU Uson, we have Honorable Salvadora Osorio Santias. And we also have Vice Mayor Felipe Sanchez of Uson, Masbate. And from Presentacion, Camarines Sur, we have Honorable Jimmy V. Delena. We also have here the presence of the Mayor from Paracale, Camarines Norte, Romeo Yebra Moreno. And also Mayor joining us is Honorable Nino Avengosa Taico from Pasacao, Camarines Sur. And we also have the presence of Honorable Felipe Listones Cabatanya of Kataingan, Province of Masbate. So we also would like to acknowledge all the LGUs from Bicol region, from the other municipalities of the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, Camarines Sur Clusters 1, 2, and 3, Camarines Norte, Catanduanes, and the province of Masbate.
Aside from the different municipalities of Bicol, we are also joined here via Zoom by the different municipalities, LGUs, and staff from the different Luzon provinces and regions. So allow me to introduce our members from Region 1. We are joined by Mayor Daniel C. Lano from Supon, Ilocos Sur. Also, we have Ruben U. Pasahol from Sigay, Ilocos Sur. Good morning, Apo. Also joined from the Region CAR, Cordillera Administrative Region, we are joined by Gabino P. Ganggangan from Sadanga Mountain Province. We also have Glybel B. Cardenas from Buklok, Abra. Also, Raldis Andre A. Bulayungan from Kiangan, Ifugao. And we also have Nestor B. Bersamin from Lacub, Abra. From Region 2, we have Roberto Lungan from Benito Soliven, Isabela, and Nico Ligmayo. From Divilacan, Isabela, we have Venturito C. Bulan. And from San Guillermo, Isabela, we are joined by Miss Miriam B. Valyanca. Good morning po sa ating lahat. From Region 3, we are joined from Quiapo, Nueva Ecija by Miss Florida P. Esteban. And from Calabarzon, we are joined by Mayor Nelson Traje of Macalelon, Quezon. Next is from Region Mimaropa, we are joined from Banton, Romblon by Miss Milagros F. Faderanga. From Busonga, Palawan, we have Elizabeth Cervantes. And from San Agustin, Romblon, we are joined by Vice Mayor Zaldi Marin. From Araceli, Palawan, we have Sue Escudilla. From Rizal, Occidental Mindoro, we have Ernesto C. Pablo Jr. From Corcuera, Romblon, we have Elmer M. Fruelda. And also from Quezon, Palawan, we have Joselito O. Ayala.
Allow us also to acknowledge the presence of our colleagues from the regional offices. From Region 1, joining us via Zoom is the Regional Program Manager, Virginia P. Sasay. And also, the Regional Program Manager from CAR, Arnold D. Lartek.
Okay, aside from those who were mentioned earlier, we also have representatives from the different municipalities of the Cordillera Administrative Region, namely Likwan Baay, Abra, Tinok, Ifugao, and Tubo, Abra.
And from Region 2, Cagayan Valley, we have the Ambagyo, Nueva Vizcaya, Calayan, Isabela, Santa Maria, Isabela, San Guillermo, Isabela, and Santo Tomas, Isabela.
Hello ma'am, magandang umaga po. And last but not the least, from Regions 3 and Regions Mimaropa, we have from Talugtog, Nueva Ecija, San Teodoro, Oriental Mindoro, Ferrol, Romblon, Concepcion, Romblon, Rizal, Occidental Mindoro, Mansalay, Oriental Mindoro, Bulalakaw, Oriental Mindoro,
Bataraza, Palawan, and Culyon, Palawan. Welcome po sa ating lahat.
And joining us here physically, we have here from LG Barcelona, the BSPMC, Mr. Luigi de la Cruz, and Suwan Arian May Serio. Allow us also to acknowledge reporters from Action Online TV and Idol FM. Moving right along, to give us the welcome address, may I call on stage one of the persons responsible for the realization of this momentous event, no less than our regional director from DSWD FO5, Mr. Leo L. Quintilla.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm overwhelmed by the number of participants in this KC launching. We have 154 participants online, close to 100 face-to-face. So indeed, this is a great event. Secretary Rolando Joselito Bautista, DSWD Secretary, despite his busy schedule, still had the time to be with us today. We appreciate your presence, sir. Undersecretary Martin Dino of DILG, Undersecretary for Barangay Affairs. Sir, welcome. Assistant Secretary Rhea Peñaflor, Assistant Secretary for Specialized Programs of DSWD. Ma'am, nice dress, basta Ilongga, guwapa. Another kababayan, Major General Henry Robinson. Sir. Director Janet Armas, the National Program Manager of KALAHI-CIDSS. Colonel Tacomos of 903rd. To our development partners, the World Bank, Ms. Malu Padua, and Mr. Indami Diop. Regional Directors and KC RPMOs of the Luzon Cluster. Director Maria Angela Gopalan of FO1, Director Joel Espejo of Field Office 2, Director Arnel Garcia of Cordillera Administrative Region, Director Marites Maristela of FO3, Director June Nicomedes Castillo, FO4A, and Director Fernando Divilla, Jr. of FO4B. Line agencies present, Director Agnes Tolentino of NEDA 5, Dr. Lynette Rosales of NCIP 5, ma'am, Attorney Arnie Escobar, DLG5, and other representatives of regional line agencies. Good morning. Our partner LGUs present here, our honorable mayors, MSWDOs, and MPDOs, Honorable Cencia Fortes of Barcelona, Sorsogon, ma'am, Honorable Mayor Alan Narandia of PU Duran, Honorable Linibel Cirola Santos of Malinaw, Albay, Mayor Jaime Villanueva of TV Albay, Mayor Sharon Rose Escoto of Gubat, Albay, Honorable Mayor Andy Rescotes of Pulange, Albay. Other government officials present, KALAHI-CIDSS, NPMO, RPMO, FO5, Mancom, all the angels in red vests, media partners, other guests, ladies and gentlemen, na imbag na bigat kada tayo amin sa ating Northern Luzon. Magandang umaga sa Katagalugan at marhay na agdaw sa Bicolandia. It is an honor and privilege for DSWD5 to welcome you all, guests and participants, to this KALAHI-CIDSS Additional Financing launching for Luzon. Indeed,
This is a celebration and a call to action as we implement another round of KALAHI-CIDSS. Another challenge for the LGUs to perform, facilitate community empowerment through CDC basic principles, participation, transparency, and accountability. I accepted the challenge of NPMO to host this activity for personal reason as well. I started my work in DSWD as KALAHI-CIDSS worker, as M&E officer in 2007. My job is to provide the management feedback on status implementation. Later, as community process specialist, and in 2016, I left KALAHI-CIDSS as Deputy Regional Project Manager in Region 6 to join the regular force of DSWD. I have seen many launchings of KALAHI-CIDSS modalities: KKD, Makamasang Tugon, MCC, Pamana, NCDDP, Drone, as well as Project N. I have seen how the project evolved from simply reaching the 1/4 poorest municipality in poor provinces to be a national community-driven development program. So, this launching is sentimental as well. It's my official return in regional implementation of KALAHI-CIDSS. We've seen how CDD, or the Kisaway, was engaged to respond to rural poverty, disaster response during Yolanda, development in conflict-affected areas, and how to fight COVID-19 as a response and to mitigate the impact in our communities as part of our recovery program. KALAHI-CIDSS will continue to evolve. It is a way dynamic because of its environment, but the principles will always be the same. We'll listen to the community, involve people in project development and implementation, and celebrate victories against poverty. Again, DSWD FO5 would like to welcome everyone to our KALAHI-CIDSS Additional Financing launching. Mabuhay ang DSWD, serbisyong Oragon sa lahat ng panahon, magkalahi tayo Pilipinas. Good morning to each and everyone.
Thank you very much, sir, for the message. Salamat sa inspirasyon, salamat sa pagkakaroon ng pusong kalahi. Magkalahi tayo, Pilipinas. And now, the Kapit Bisig Laban sa Kahirapan, Comprehensive and Integrated Delivery of Social Services, National Community-Driven Development Program, or KALAHI-CIDSS NCDDP, of the Department of Social Welfare and Development,
as guided with its program development objective, that is, communities in target municipalities empowered to achieve improved access to basic services, as well as to participate in more inclusive local planning, budgeting, and implementation,
has made concrete positive contributions in the improvement of the well-being of our target municipalities and communities for almost 15 years now of implementation.
with the goal of institutionalizing the community-driven development approach. The program was granted another 3 years of implementation through an additional financing funded both by the government of the Philippines and the World Bank.
And now, we will proceed with the highlight of this event, which is the ceremonial launch. That's why we will be calling our distinguished guests.
So as we call on your name, kindly proceed upstairs. Then we will be counting 3, 2, and 1. In the count of 1, you will press the big button on the right side of our LED wall. So let me start with the OIC Assistant Regional Director for Operations, Ma'am Gurley L. Avila. So hello, Ma'am Gurley. I guess you are ready. So friends, help me. In 3, 2, and 1.
Localized distribution communities design
Okay.
Localized decision making. Communities
Localized
decide
decision
on
making.
which
Now, for the
projects
next,
will be
it's your turn po.
implemented.
Let us call on our Regional Director of DSWD-FO5, no other than Director Leo L. Quintilla. Same instruction, sir. At the count of 1, let's press the button. In 3, 2, 1.
Empowering. People are capacitated so they will become better prepared in managing community issues and problems, as well as in the planning, mobilization, implementation, and resource
And now
management of their
request
projects.
The National Program Manager of KALAHI-CIDSS and CDDP, no less than Director Janet P. Armas. Hello, ma'am. In 3, 2, and 1.
Transparent. A multi-level monitoring system is followed, wherein NGOs, media, and other groups are encouraged to do independent monitoring of KALAHI-CIDSS.
Okay, so this time, I am about to call in the Assistant Secretary for Specialized Programs and the Deputy National Program Director of KC. We have ASEC Rhea B. Peñaflor. So, the same po, ma'am? Okay, in 3, 2, and 1. Boom.
Inclusive and multi-stakeholder. Inclusive and multi-stakeholder. Everyone in the barangay is involved in every step of the process of project implementation, from the creation of the proposal to the implementation and management of the project.
Yusek Martin Dinio.
Demand-driven. Communities are encouraged to prioritize their own needs, participate in the design of their own projects, and make decisions on how resources are used.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And last but certainly not the least, we have here our Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Let's call on Secretary Rolando Rosalito D. Bautista. Okay, sir. In 3, 2, and 1. Boom.
Sir, at this point, may I request all our guests physically present here at Hotel St. Elias, Legazpi City, and those joining us virtually to please stand. Let us put our hands together and say, Magkalahi tayo, Pilipinas!
Magkalahi tayo, Pilipinas!
Again, Magkalahi tayo, Pilipinas!
Magkalahi tayo,
And
Pilipinas!
for the third time, ladies and gentlemen, Magkalahi tayo, Pilipinas!
Magkalahi tayo, Pilipinas! Okay, please remain standing as we proceed with the community singing and dancing of Ikaw at Ako. So may I request the ushers and usheresses to lead us with the dance.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, let's do the community singing and dancing of Ikaw at Ako. Gentlemen, let's do the community singing, dancing of Ikaw at Ako. Hawak ako. That was so great, folks. Thank you so much, everyone, for showing your singing and dancing skills. All our guests from different regions of Luzon joining us via Zoom, bravo. Of course, thank you to all our ushers and usherettes for leading us, especially the choreographer himself, Mr. Romel H. Burse. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, let us lend our ears to the inspirational message coming from the National Program Director of KCNCDDP and the Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, no other than Secretary Rolando Joselito Delizo Bautista.
Magsiupo po tayo. Sapagkat ang Diyos natin ay Diyos ng pag-ibig. Magbahalan tayo at magtulungan. This really set the tone for today's significant activity. Nais ko muna magbigay-bugay sa mga panauhin na mga narito at nasa virtual. Ang Cabinet Secretary, Secretary Carlo Alexei Nograles, Yusek Martin Dino. Bago ko ituloy ang pagbibigay-pugay, nais ko lang magpasalamat sa DILG, kay Secretary Eduardo Año, Yusek Martin, paki-relay na lang ang taus-pusong pasasalamat ng DSWD dahil naging katuwang namin kayo sa lahat na aming proyekto, lalong-lalo na sa pagtulong sa amin na maging aktibo ang ating mga local government unit. So maraming salamat sa iyo, Sec. Martin, at sa pamilya ng DILG. Asek Rhea Peñaflor, Director Leo Quintilla, Director Janet Armas, Army Security Forces, headed by Major General Henry Robinson, Commander of the 9th Infantry Division. The PNP contingent, headed by Police Lieutenant Colonel Jose Maria Franca.
ang ating mga honorable mayors in Luzon, both present and in virtual, ang ating World Bank development partners in virtual, regional directors of the local government agencies, ang ating DSWD family, DSWD Field Office 5, at sa lahat ng mga DSWD family na nasa Luzon, particularly yung mga regional directors who are in virtual. Community volunteers, mga opisyales ng mga local government units na nandito ngayon at nasa virtual, partners from local government units, mga kaibigan natin sa media, mga kababayan ko, marhay na aldaw, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Sa mga nakalipas na mga buwan, hindi makakaila na dumanas tayo ng bighati at pagsubok dulot ng COVID-19. May mga pagkakataon na kinakailangan natin mag-isip ng ibang paraan para masiguro na ang pangangailangan ng ating mga pamilya at pamayanan ay naihahatid sa kabila ng new normal. Tunay na hinamon ng ang buong mundo ng pandemya. Kasama tayo ang Pilipinas na naging sanhi ng pansamantalang pagtigil ng pangkaraniwang takbo ng ating pang-araw-araw na mga buhay. Gayunpaman, ang Department of Social Welfare and Development bilang pangunahing ahensya para sa pag-angat ng estado ng pamumuhay ng sambayanang Pilipino ay patuloy na nagpapatupad ng mga programang naglalayong pagbutihin ang kalagayan ng taong bayan. Ang kapit basic laban sa kahirapan, comprehensive and integrated delivery of social services o mas kilala bilang KALAHI-CIDSS ay isa sa mga plataforma ng binibigyang importansya ang paglahok ng mga miyembro ng komunidad para sa kaunlaran. At ngayong araw na ito, ating gugunitain ang isang mahalagang yugto ng programa. Bago ako magtuloy, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this activity. Nakita ko kung gaano kagaling sumayaw si Yusek Martin Vinyo. Hindi pa siya prepared nun. So again, to the organizers from the National Program Manager, as well as the DSWD Field Office 5. Maraming salamat sa preparasyon na ginawa nyo para maging successful ang event na ito. Through the years, the program has reached significant achievements, not only in community empowerment, but also in disaster prevention, mitigation, response, and recovery. Ang KALAHI-CIDSS ay isa sa mga programa ng DSWD. Naglalayon na tulungan ang mga komunidad sa iba't ibang parte ng bansa. Ilan pa sa mga programa na ipinatutupad ng DSWD ay ang Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program o for Peace, Sustainable Livelihood Program, or Assistance for Individuals in Crisis Situation o AIS at iba pa. Mula 2016 hanggang 2019, ang KALAHI-CIDSS National Program Community Driven Development Program o NCDDP ay mayroon ng 21,812 sub-projects sa buong bansa na nakabenepisyo ng 6,123,572 households. Sige, palakpakan natin yung nagawa ng KALAHI-CIDSS. Sa taong 2020 hanggang 2021, mayroon ng 2,860 sub-projects ang nakumpleto sa buong bansa na may kabuuang 1,484,962 households na benepisaryo. Mayroon ng mahigit 45.6 bilyong piso ang financial accomplishment ang NCDDP mula sa taong 2015 to 2020. Para naman sa Bicol Region, mayroon ng 3,328 na sub-projects mula taong 2016 to 2021 na may 620,434 households beneficiaries. Nakapagpondo na ang DSWD ng 226 NCDDP sub-projects sa probinsya ng Albay na kung saan mayroon ng 46,550 households ang nakapag-benefit sa mga nakumpletong proyekto. Today is another huge milestone for KALAHI-CIDSS as we launch the additional financing for the National Community-Driven Development Program o yung pinabanggit natin kanina ng NCDDP. With this additional financing, we will focus on the implementation of the Disaster Response Operation Modality or DROM, DROM, to help communities in responding to and recovering from the social and health impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. We take pride that with this new development, we will be able to cover some 676 poor municipalities in 62 provinces across 15 regions. This means that we will be able to continue empowering communities, especially in helping them further in achieving improved access to basic services. People's participation in a more inclusive local development planning, budgeting and implementation, or community sub-projects will further be guaranteed. As our partners in implementing the program, our community members experience handedly how community-driven development can ignite active community participation and kickstart local development. The program has been instrumental in giving community members a voice in the local development process. At sa katunayan, kayo ang ating mga masisigasig na community volunteers ng programa at mga miyembro ng mga pamayanan ang dahilan kung bakit nagtatagumpay at patuloy na magtatagumpay ang KALAHI-CIDSS at community-driven development. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagtangkilik at pagtiwala sa kagawaran para sa kaunlaran ng inyong komunidad. Inaasahan ko ang inyong patuloy na pagsuporta sa mga programa ng gobyerno tulad ng KALAHI-CIDSS para sa ikabubuti ng inyong mga pamilya, pamayanan, at ng ating bansa. Tunay na kung ang ating maran ng maayos. Ika ni Margaret Whitley, and I quote, "There is no power for change greater than a community discovering what it cares about." Unquote. Sikapin natin pagtibayin ang ating mga komunidad at magbuklod-buklod para sa pagpapayabong ng mga proyektong makakatulong sa bawat mamamayan. Sa puntong ito, nais ko rin na pasalamatan ang ating Pangulong Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte dahil binigyan niya ang prioridad ang mga kapatid nating mas nangangailangan at mga komunidad na nanghihingi ng tulong. Ang DSWD po ay instrumento lamang ng ating pamahalaan upang iparating at ipabot ang serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan saan man sila naroroon. Nagpapasalamat din ako sa lokal na pamahalaan na laging sumusuporta sa ating mga adhikain. Ang inyong malaking kontribusyon ay lubhang nakapagpabuti ng kalagayan ng mga mamayan sa buong bansa at dito rin sa Bicol Region. Ang mga lokal na pamahalaan ay malaki ang ginagampanan ng tungkulin sa pagpapatupad ng KALAHI-CIDSS program. Ilan sa mga importanteng role nito ay ang patuloy na pakikipagtulungan sa pagpapatupad ng mga iba't ibang programs, activities at proyekto, lalo ngayon panahon ng pandemya at iba pang kalamidad, pagbuo ng mga municipal coordinating teams, pagpapanatili ng kaayusan lalo na sa pagtalima ng mga health protocols, pagsama ng mga casing area coordinator at tulong community volunteers bilang bahagi ng Municipal Disaster and Risk Management Council, pagsuporta sa CDD approach sa pamamagitan ng mga municipal barangay resolutions, pagbibigay ng 20% ng kubuang cost ng mga proyekto bilang bahagi ng local counterpart contribution, paggarantiya ng pagkakaroon ng bridge fund para sa pagbubukas ng community accounts at marami pang iba. Ito ay patunay na kapit-bisig at kabahagi ng DSWD ang mga lokal na pamahalaan na masiguro na ang mga KALAHI-CIDSS programs ay may patutupad ng maayos upang makatugon sa pangangailangan ng pamayanan. Palakpakan po natin ang ating mga lokal na pamahalaan. Mukhang mahina yata. Lakasan po natin na para marinig po ng ating mga local chief executives ng LGUs. Sa pamamagitan ng pagtutulungan ng kagawaran, komunidad at lokal na pamahalaan, patuloy nating natatamo ang maagap at mapagkalingang serbisyo. Ako at 10 ng ating mga kasamahan sa DSWD ay narito ngayong araw ay kinikilala ang partisipasyon ng bawat individual sa tagumpay na ito. Kaya sa puntong ito, gusto kong pasalamatan ang KALAHI National Program Management Office sa pangunguna ni Director Janet Armas at ang ating Angels in Red Vest ng Field Office 5 na pinamumunuan ni Director Leo Quintilla sa hindi matatawarang dedikasyon at pagsusumikap na makapaghatid ng serbisyo sa mga komunidad at sa patuloy na pagpapatupad ng mga proyekto sa ilalim ng KALAHI-CIDSS. Ang inyong walang humpay na pagsagot sa tawag ng serbisyo ang nagresulta sa selebrasyon ng mahalagang yugto para sa NCDDP. Muli sa lahat na naging bahagi at aming mga katuwang para sa pagkamit ng importanteng tagumpay na ito, maraming salamat at sana patuloy ang inyong pagsuporta sa implementasyon ng KALAHI-CIDSS. As we launch this new phase in the journey of the program, it is with greatest hope that our partnership will continue to flourish for our communities and for our country, even after its devolution to the local government. As Helen Keller once said, and I quote, "Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much." Unquote. With its transition period from 2021 to 2023, I look forward to the remaining years of collaborations that will hopefully leave a lasting impact for the future generations. Let us continue to play our part in achieving true and meaningful community empowerment and participation towards inclusive and sustainable development. Sama-sama po tayo sa pagpaplano at pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Muli tayong mabangon mula sa pandemyang ito gamit ang community-driven development. We have also to remember that the existence of true unity can be achieved through teamwork, collaboration, and cooperation among stakeholders. Before I end my message, I want to share a quote from Michael Mormont, and I quote, "Empowerment of individuals and communities is absolutely central. Getting the community involved in organizing their own destiny has got to be a key part of it." Unquote. Again, I'd like to congratulate KALAHI-CIDSS for this very significant landmark. Sapagkat ang Diyos natin ay Diyos ng pag-ibig, magmahalan tayo at magtulungan. Alam ko na ang serbisyo na binibigay ng mga government agencies, lokal na pamahalaan at iba pang stakeholders ay galing sa puso at dahil sa pag-ibig sa ating mga kababayan. Ginagawa natin ito for el amor y la patria, for the love of the country. Mabuhay ang Bicol Region, mabuhay ang KALAHI-CIDSS, mabuhay ang DSWD Field Office 5, mabuhay ang Republika ng Pilipinas. Diyos mabalos, marhay na aldaw.
Okay, thank you very much po sir. Marami pong salamat sa patuloy na pagbibigay ng inspirasyon at sa patuloy na pagtataguyod sa prinsipyo ng ating ahensya. Marami pong salamat sa pagiging instrumento ng pagbabago. Once again, bigyan po natin ng masibagabong palakpakan si Secretary Bautista. Habang nagsasalita si Sec kanina, makikita natin na taimtim na nakikinig ang ating mga participants online. At kung alam lang po natin, sigurado meron din po silang napulot na mga insights at wisdom sa mga sa mensahe po ng ating secretary. That's why, makikita rin po natin ang ating Facebook live po natin ngayon ay medyo kumakalat na, dumarami na. So sa mga nanonood po using Facebook, patuloy po natin i-share upang makilala ang ating programa. We would also like to acknowledge that we are also joined, not just from the Luzon, but also from the Visayas and Mindanao, joining us with this big event. So bigyan din po natin sila ng palakpakan. And at this juncture, we would like to listen to a video message of support, this time coming from the Cabinet Secretary. Friends, a warm applause for CABSEC Carlo Alexi Nograles.
DSWD Secretary Rolando Joselito Bautista, Undersecretary Attorney Aimee Torrefranca Neri, Central Office and National Program Manager Director Janet Armas, Regional Director World Bank Country Director Nyabe Diop, colleagues from the Department of the Interior and Local Government, National Economic and Development Authority, Department of Health, National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, Office of Civil Defense, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Philippine National Police, our distinguished local chief executives from the different municipalities in Albay and Sorsogon, and to all the municipal planning and development coordinators and municipal social welfare and development officers, other partners from government and LGUs. Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. I'm sincerely honored to be invited by the DSWD to today's launching of the Additional Financing Program for the KALAHI-CIDSS. Poverty has been a persistent challenge in most parts of the world, and that is why in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, all countries agreed to have no poverty or to end poverty in all its forms everywhere as SDG goal number 1. The country has adopted a 25-year long-term vision entitled Ambisyon Natin 2040 as a guide for development planning, which represents the collective long-term vision and aspirations of the Filipino people. From this, the Philippine Development Plan 2017 to 2022 and the succeeding PDPs until 2040 shall be anchored, including the vision to end not only hunger, but poverty in its multidimensionality. At the start of the administration, the government targeted to lower the country's poverty incidence from 21.6% in 2015 to 14% by 2022. And we were able to achieve 16.6% poverty incidence in 2018, or 6 million Filipinos lifted out of poverty in absolute numbers. We have reached that target actually earlier than expected. And this just showed that the Duterte administration has made progress in alleviating poverty. Then the COVID-19 pandemic happened, hampered our developments and eroded our successes. But despite this current situation, government remains optimistic and we continue to strive to achieve a country with no poor Filipino. And the way to do it is to continuously implement policies, programs, and projects that address the various dimensions of poverty. I am pleased to know that our partners at the KALAHI-CIDSS, with the DSWD at the helm, has been unyielding in its quest to alleviate poverty through its various mechanisms. Poverty has been defined as a human situation, characterized by income deficiency, the inability to satisfy minimum basic needs, the lack of access to and control of economic resources vital to human development, and limited capacity for participation in policy formulation. This project addresses these characteristics, as the KALAHI-CIDSS aims to improve access to basic services and empower communities in poor local government units by strengthening community participation in local planning and budgeting and in project implementation. It will continue the gains from the national community-driven development projects with more focus on activities and interventions that will address the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on poor communities that are also susceptible to calamities through community response, recovery, and mitigation sub-projects. Utilizing community-driven development as a strategy, this program likewise trains and engages communities together with their LGUs to identify, devise, and implement projects to address their most pressing needs. During KALAHI-CIDSS initial implementation, the program targeted municipalities and selected urban areas to empower them to achieve improved access to sustainable basic public services, and encourage them to participate in more inclusive LGU planning and budgeting. The community's knowledge and experiences were given importance in the process, and their solutions and recommendations were heard and executed. No wonder that the program showed positive results on the income and non-income aspects of poverty based on the impact assessment that the Asian Development Bank conducted. This was backed up by the Asian Pacific Policy Center that recognized that the program had notable impacts on a number of social capital and barangay governance outcomes, important determinants of household welfare. With these effectual and impactful outcomes we have had during its maiden implementation, we are glad that the DSWD has been granted additional support to widen our coverage, especially during these trying times. We will now be able to cover 676 municipalities in 59 provinces across 15 regions. And we remain hopeful that just like before, this program will continue to serve as an avenue to uplift the lives of our kababayans. I would like to congratulate the DSWD for successfully implementing the KALAHI-CIDSS program for almost 15 years. And as we also remain committed to our partnership with the DILG through our LGUs, we will be able to ensure the community-driven developments or CDD elements in the barangay development process. Filipino resiliency will be tested again as we embark on this new chapter in the implementation of this program. Allow me to end this sharing by saying that similar to the journey of attaining the quality of life for all Filipinos, liberating ourselves and recovering from COVID-19, all of us have critical roles in helping each other bounce back. And this project will surely help in making that possible. Inaasahan ko na sa pagtutulungan ng national at local government mula sa probinsya, lungsod, munisipalidad at barangay, magiging matagumpay ang proyektong ito. Congratulations po, ug daghang salamat, ug amping
Carlo Alexi Nograles. So thank you so much, sir, for your commitment in bringing development to communities and for continuously putting difference in the lives of our fellow Filipinos. So once again, let's give him applause. The main thrust of KALAHI-CIDSS is to empower communities through increased participation remains the goal of the AFNCDDP. It has had added layer aimed towards addressing the effects of COVID-19, especially in poor and marginalized communities in the country, and institutionalizing key CDD elements in the Barangay Development Plan through a partnership with the Department of the Interior and Local Government. And now, may we listen to the keynote message coming from the DILG Undersecretary for Barangay Affairs. Friends, let us all welcome with a big round of applause, Yusek Martin Dino.
Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. And of course, thank you very much for inviting DILG dito sa isang napakahalaga na proyekto ng DSWD, ang KALAHI-CIDSS Additional Financing. I hope na may kasunod pa to. Ang kasunod naman ay KALAHI-CIDSS More Financing. Anyway, to Secretary Rolando Bautista, thank you very much. Alam nyo, bagong-bago pa lang assign ang ating secretary sa Department of sa DSWD, agad-agad nagkaroon ng tie-up ang DILG at DSWD dito sa listahan ng na kung saan pina-update natin lahat ng mga beneficiary throughout the country. Inabot na nga tayo ng pandemya. Pero tuloy-tuloy po ang ating gagawin na kung saan, alam naman natin, ang importante sa ating lahat ay datos, data. Yan din po ang trust ng DILG, lalong-lalo na sa Barangay Affairs. To Secretary Carlo Nograles, and of course, to my friend Asik Rhea Peñaflor, sa World Bank Director Nandami Diop ng World Bank, at ang Kalahi-CIDSS Director Janet Armas, at sa RD ng Region 5, Director Leo Quintilla, at sa lahat ng LGU, lahat po ng mga governor, mayor, punong barangay na nandito ngayon sa webinar. Magandang umaga sa inyo, and of course, sa aking mga kababayan dito sa Region 5, particularly dito sa Sorsogon. Ako po ay isang Uragon din. Ang pamilya ng Dinio ay nanggaling Sorsogon, Puerto Diaz, Bulan, Bacon, at sa Puban. So, sa inyo lahat, ang proyektong ito ay sinundan ng ating national government. Just imagine, the Kalahi-CIDSS is 15 years na nag-i-exist sa ating bansa, na kung saan makikita natin dito na lahat ng mga proyekto na pangangailangan, most especially sa ating mga barangay, lalong-lalo na po ang mga barangay na nasa kanayunan, kailangan po ito, at congratulations sa DSWD sa ginawa niyong pag-aalaga sa Kalahi-CIDSS. Anong ibig sabihin nito? Nagtanim kayo ng buto sa ating mga kababayan, at sa loob ng 15 taon, inalagaan niyo ito at lumago ng lumago. Pero hindi dapat pabayaan. Kaya ngayon ay naglulunsad tayo ng additional financing para maipagpatuloy ang mga proyekto na inumpisahan ng Kalahi-CIDSS. Andi dito po ang Department of Interior and Local Government para alalayan, tulungan. Kaya nga dito na ipanganak ang LCAC. Lalong-lalo na itong EO17 na kung saan naglaan ng 16.24 billion ang ating pamahalaan para alalayan, ayudahan ang 822 barangay all over the Philippines na naiwan sa laylayan for almost 52 years dahil sa pananalasa ng terorismo. Na ngayon ay may 20 million bawat isang barangay. At sa totoo lang, napakaraming barangay ngayon ang gustong humabol na mabiyayaan din. At ayon kay Secretary Anyo, itutuloy natin itong programa na to para lahat ng barangay na nasa nayon ay matulungan, at siyempre kaalalay namin ang Kalahi-CIDSS.
Recording stop.
Kaya sabi ko nga, nagtulong at magkaduktong po ang pusod ng DSWD at ng DILG. Pagdating ng kalamidad, pagdating ng kamukha ng dumating sa atin ngayon, itong COVID-19 na kung saan ang pagbibigay ng ayuda, pagbibigay ng tulong, laging magkasama ang DILG at ang DSWD. Kaya sa inyong lahat, ang masasabi ko lang, I will make sure na lahat ng barangay sa buong Pilipinas, lahat ng punong barangay ay inuutusan ko ngayon na alalayan nyo, tulungan nyo ang proyekto ng Kalahi-CIDSS sa inyong kanya-kanyang barangay. Naglabas na ako ng memorandum circular ang DILG to monitor, tignan nyo kung ano ang tulong na mabibigay nyo sa ating DSWD Kalahi-CIDSS dun sa kani-kanyang barangay. Tandaan nyo, magmula nung umpo kami ni sekretarya nyo, may functionality na dito sa barangay. And I will make sure at sana walang magrereklamo sa opisina ko na hindi nyo tinulungan ang Kalahi-CIDSS Foundation o Kalahi-CIDSS Project sa inyong kanya-kanyang barangay. Umasa po kayo na 101% natutulong ang Department of Interior and Local Government sa proyektong ito para lalong lumago at maubot natin ang ating mga mahirap na mamamayan at maparamdam natin sa kanila na ang gobyerno ay laging nakakalinga, lalong-lalo na pati ang mga non-governmental organization and of course, the World Bank. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Sir Martin Dino, for the inspiration. Naway patuloy pong mapalakas natin ang partnership ng DILG, ng DSWD through the KALAHI-CIDSS program para po mas lalo nating mapaigting ang ating pagbibigay ng suporta sa ating mga beneficiaries. Now, another message from the DILG coming from the USEC of Local Government. Let's listen to the message of Engineer Marlo L. Iringan.
Secretary Rolando Bautista, Undersecretaries, Assistant Secretaries, RD Leo Quintilla, Director Janet Armas, other officials of the Department of Social Welfare Development, our partners from the various local government units, local chief executives, and other local functionaries, fellow workers in the government, to one and all who are physically and virtually present in today's launching, sa mapagpalang araw po sa ating lahat. Sa pamumuno ng aming kalihim Eduardo M. Anyo, lubos kami nagpapasalamat sa DSWD sa panyaya na maging bahagi ng layuning pagpapalakas ng ating mga lokal na pamahalaan sa pamamagitan ng mga proyekto at programa na nag-aangat sa antas ng pamumuhay ng mga tao sa komunidad. Ganoon na rin sa pagpapalakas sa kanilang hanay upang magkaroon ng tiwala sa sarili na tahakin ang landas tungo sa pagbibiyak. Today's launching of the additional financing for the Kalahi program, covering additional 676 municipalities and 59 provinces in 15 regions across the country, stands as commitment of the DSWD to the endeavor of ensuring people-centered development, especially in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, indigenous people, and disaster-affected communities. As we are continuously responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, our LGUs are in need of assistance in managing its impact to the community as well as mitigate its future on local health, economic productivity, and well-being of the citizens. The commitment of the DSWD and DILG towards the betterment of social protection and enhancement of human condition through the empowerment of communities and local governments is something that we keep and we strive to make stronger. Kaysa kami sa DILG, sa pamumuno ng aming sekretary, sa mga marangal na gampaning ito at asahan ang buo naming suporta sa pagtatagumpay ng mga ito. On our part, we recognize the beauty of the local development planning process that starts from the barangay for a more responsive interventions, plans and programs that would directly address the obtaining issues and concerns of the community. This policy is an important step towards ensuring institutionalization of people's participation in local governance as the approach in local development planning. As we in the DILG believe, the best actors who will define what kind of development they want and need for their communities are the people themselves. On the part of the DILG, we are also spearheading programs and projects that for the local government units are inspired by people-centric development. Foremost, the Ratul Community Support Program, a convergence mechanism for local government units, starting the barangay, for the identification of issues and needed development interventions, anchored on empowerment, intends to develop people's capability to sit down for issue identification and solution-seeking discussion, and own development by bringing about value chain interventions to uplift their conditions. Programs and projects identified by the community during the RCSP process are funded by higher local government units, and if not, for some 822 barangays for 2021, funded by the Support to Barangay Development Program. The RCSP and the SBDP are currently one of the utmost priorities of the NTF-ELCAP through the DILG. With the implementation of the program, which is being piloted in insurgency-stricken areas, we have seen gradual improvement, not just in the peace and order situation and opening up of pockets of opportunities for local economic development, but most importantly, rebuilding the people's trust in the government. In the development of these programs, we look up to the DSWD, especially its community-driven development approach, to draw inspiration. Indeed, what we have at the moment are the opportunity and time to bring the people or to help the people in bringing government closer to them. It is within this context that the support of our local government officials and functionaries are highly needed. Your support in the community-driven development process is invaluable that the DSWD and we in the DILG both aspire to have. To our local government officials and functionaries, the message of the DILG Secretary is for us to continue to be the bridge that links our constituents to the development that they need. We are called to be facilitators of development, the instrument that brings the government at the doorsteps of the communities, especially to the far-flung areas. As local leaders, you are the steward of your community's highest hopes and deepest aspirations. Always aspire to help and bring the best social services to your constituents. Asahan ninyo kami sa national government, ang DSWD, DILG at iba pang ahensya ng gobyerno ay patuloy na makikipag-ugnayan sa inyo upang maitulak at may sagawa ang mga programa at proyekto na nagtitiyak ng pag-unlad ng mga komunidad. Kaisa ninyo kami sa pagtupad ng mga gampanin ito. Again, on behalf of our Secretary Eduardo M. Año, and the entire DILG family, we thank the DSWD for making DILG one of its institutional partners in this very successful and highly regarded program. Rest assured of our support and commitment to all the endeavors of the DSWD. Maraming salamat at magandang araw sa ating lahat. Mabuhay kayo.
Yusef Marlo L. Iringan. Thank you so much, sir, for that message of support. And we really do look forward for your continued partnership with DILG. So moving on, allow me to acknowledge our guest coming from LGU Kamalig. We have here MSWDO Lourdes Liana, together with Leia Mierba. Also, our guest from LGU UAS, Mr. Ronald Reyalosa, and MSWDO Kazel Abacha. KALAHI-CIDSS is proven to be effective along good governance, community empowerment, and poverty reduction. These were proven through results of independent studies, evaluation, analysis, and database information. At this point, we wanted to listen to the lessons and gains coming from KALAHI-CIDSS through testimonials from our partners. May I call on stage the local chief executive of the municipality of Barcelona, province of Sorsogon, no less than Attorney Cynthia G. Falcoltello Fortis. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you, ma'am. My highest esteem to Secretary Bautista, Yusek Binyo, Asex Peñaflor, Director Armas, the regional directors, RD Cantilla, NGA representatives, Sirs and Madam of DSWD and KALAHI-CIDSS, Kabsec Nograles, Yusek Iringan, World Bank heads, my fellow mayors in the LMP, co-workers in government, present now and online, good morning. Elevating one's experiential reflections with an august group for an audience is not for everyone. I appreciate this platform. As local chief executive and with 24 months behind me, one thing I am thankful for is when that big thing, the Kalahi Drop 2020 happened, I was there in the room with Casey's team, ably headed by Sir Ruben, and we were out there in the communities with leaders and the grassroots of my dear hometown, Barcelona. As we know it, development is contextual as it is fragile. It is inextricably linked to the multiple and varied contexts of local government units, its people, its leaders. For Barcelona, a fifth-class municipality with 11 coastal barangays and 14 upland barangays, 23,000 people, 2,500 are registered senior citizens, 6,022 are children 0 to 14 years in age, 600 are college students, 430 are with disabilities, 1,756 are fisher folks, 3,256 are farmers, and there are continuing arrivals of displaced workers, 4,208 as of last count. Development proves challenging. The COVID pandemic added weight to the burden. Kalahi Drop 2020 came at the right time to the right place in Barcelona. It was truly responsive. I said that with deference to and without trivializing the tangible impact of Casey's first to third cycles implementation through CDD that benefited 3,174 households and, modesty aside, produced recognitions and awards for Barcelona. Three in 2015, 5 in 2016, and 7 in 2017. I've been urging Sir Ruben, I know you are there online, that it's not at all a bad idea to get a 9 next time. Back then, I wasn't mayor yet. I was a trial court judge, from a third person looking in, I was fully convinced that those achievers' feat put Barcelona onto the map of good governance. Now, the 57 sub-projects under K-Drop, yes, I personally like to call it K-Drop. It's almost K-pop, you know, a household thing during pandemic lockdown, just like K-Drop. Who hasn't binged on Crash Landing on You? You know, Yoon Se-ri and Captain Ri. Engaging the communities amid the pandemic and rolling out K-Drop to completion were not a walk in the park. K-workers, co-producers, and the LGU created alternative pathways to get to implementing and completing the 57 sub-projects really fast. In hindsight, in 2020...
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
What was that? Maybe she's not a fan of Yoon Se-ri, but we are, right? In hindsight, in 2020, quickly responding to the pandemic from prevention to containment was at the front and center of LCEs, myself included. Prioritizable PPAs range from provision of medical supplies to temporary quarantine facilities, provision of hygiene kit to affected families, installation of public address system for COVID information dissemination, and communal gardening to ensure food security. Exactly what the community consensus was in Barcelona, that became K-Drop sub-projects. They get it that the spread of the virus has to be prevented. K-Drop, with its processes and the tangibles it delivered, empowered these communities to take the pandemic bull by the horns. And self-serving as it may sound, a brand of good governance with LGU and NGA complementation played out. The ironic thing was that in the daily grind, the hustle and bustle and wrestle of getting K-Drop sub-projects done, our K-workers up down the chain had to suffer quarantining many times over due to exposure to COVID-positive residents. This LCE had her share of quarantining due to the same exposure. Now you know, bakit po ako nakapag-Netflix ng Chloe K-drama. Levity aside, on lasting impact of KC cycles, I must confess that CDD approach has been institutionalized. Since 2020, LGU Barcelona has in its annual investment plan and funded under its 20% development fund, Hinguha para Uma, Farm Young Creatives programs to benefit poorer and vulnerable demographics. These are actualizations of KC's goal to transfer CDD approach. LGU used participatory process and techniques learned through community empowerment activities. LGU top residents skilled in community project management, like Ma'am Salud, who is here and who will be up here on stage this afternoon. We tap them. Also, if I may share, there is in Barcelona one school-based parent-teacher reading tutorial program called Aruga Ko Kaaraman Mo, proactive on the supply side of participation is a Casey veteran, Ma'am Nora Embile. In Barcelona, poverty, understanding its non-income dimensions should not equate to indignity. Participation in KC projects is a badge of honor. With all due respect, if Barcelona can have it her way, continued KC model programs should saturate KC areas using CDD approach. This is notwithstanding the Mandanas-Garcia ruling and EO 138 on full devolution of functions. Sabi nga po ni Yusek Dino, sa susunod po, kalahi more financing. That said, DSWD, Sir, KC, and funders, the World Bank, do rest easy, secure in the thought that KC CDD approach transferred in Barcelona is not in peril. Sa inyo po, maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for sharing your good experiences and to your appreciation and love for the program. It's really heartwarming to listen to this story, especially coming from LGUs who have experience implementing and accepting the CDD principles of participation, transparency, and accountability. Once again, let's give Honorable Cynthia Falcotelo Fortes of Barcelona, Sorsogon a big hand.
And now, friends, we are about to know more on KALAHI-CIDSS and CDDP Additional Financing. For the presentation of the program, may I request on stage the National Program Manager of KALAHI-CIDSS and CDDP, no less than Director Janet P. Armas.
Secretary Rolando Joselito de Bautista, Yusek Martin Dino, Asek Rhea Peñaflor, our partner, National Government Agency Directors and Representatives, our LGUs, and all participants from Region 1 to Mindanao. They've just joined, the Visayas and Mindanao cluster just joined in our FB Live. Good morning, everyone. Marhay na aga sa Indo, Gabos. Before I start my presentation of the KALAHI-CIDSS Additional Financing, I will present the implementation components. May I take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to our community volunteers. Palakpakan po natin sila. May we request all the mayors who are physically present to stand, please. Mas malakas na palakpak po. Thank you. for all the mayors who are also joining us in the virtually. Palakpakan din po natin sila. In behalf of the KALAHI-CIDSS staff and the SWD, thank you for wholeheartedly supporting the KALAHI-CIDSS implementation. The KALAHI-CIDSS of DSWD started in 2003. May I have my slides, please? And this was scaled up into KC-NCDDP in 2013. And it aims to improve access to basic social services to poor and disaster-affected communities. Mayor, I like the K-drop. In 2020, the KC-NCDDP, the parent project of the additional financing, ended utilizing the K-drop as mentioned by Mayor because of the COVID-19 prevalence of the cases of COVID-19. But due to the clamor to sustain the program's gains and the need to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic and other disasters that are visiting us, not only COVID-19, a proposal was drafted and finally approved and to be implemented for the next 3 years. It is an extension, thus named Additional Financing. The objective of the project is to empower communities towards improved access to basic services and more participative local planning and budgeting. These objectives will be achieved through the provision of resources, both grants and technical support. Technical support as provided by Sir Ruben, mentioned by Mayor, we will continue doing that. That would include facilitation to enable communities to respond to the effects of COVID-19, health emergency, and other disasters that we may face. Help barangays, and as promised by Yusek Dino, we will be assisted by all barangay officials. Thank you very much, Yusek. So we will help barangays enhance capacity through participatory planning for disaster resilience. The KC-NCDDP-AF will scale up the use of the K-drop to respond to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and other major disasters, and to pursue the institutionalization of community-driven approach in the barangay local development planning in partnership with the ILG. And again, we would like to commend the municipality of Barcelona for the institutionalization. We continue to call on the different barangays and municipalities to continue institutionalizing the process in their local development, planning, and budgeting. So the coverage of the additional financing, as mentioned by our secretary earlier, will be 15 regions, 676 municipalities, 15,000 barangays, with 10.2 million target households who will benefit from the sub-project and also from the capacity building that will be provided during the implementation. The project coverage includes all 601 municipalities and 75 new municipalities. We were asked, why are we including those municipalities that implemented the program for the last 5 years? It was already explained by Cabsec Nograles that the COVID-19 affected the progress that was seen earlier. Thus, we need to go back to all these 5th to 6th class municipalities and again, provide the intervention para po makabangon ang mga munisipyong ito. So the project components, there are 3 components. These are under component 1 would be the barangay subgrants for planning and investment. This is where the bulk of the money goes. Sa proyekto po ng ating mga barangay. Component 2 would be capacity building and implementation support. We were required by EO 138 to make sure that we will provide the capacity building needed by our LGU in time for the full devolution in 2024. Thus, we will be doing capacity building and again, in partnership with DILG through the LGA. And then component 3 would be project administration and cost and monitoring and evaluation. The NCDDPAF has an estimated cost of 27.584 billion, of which 15.6 billion will be funded through a loan from the World Bank and 7.28 billion from the national government. And of course, 4.7 billion forms part of the local counterpart contribution that may be provided cash or in kind by the barangay or the municipality. So for the project duration, as mentioned earlier, this will be implemented this year up to 2023. And DROM will be the main modality in the implementation. The DROM will be the main implementation mechanism at nabawasan po dito ang ating proseso dahil kailangan po nating bilisan ang ating implementasyon at kaagad na makatugon po doon sa pangangailangan ng ating mga residente. Nabawasin din po yung ating social gathering, thus the B-Dream-C and the M-Dream-C will be the mechanism in getting the participation of each sector in the barangay and or the communities. So how do we implement the additional financing through the DROM? The disaster response operation modality or program, kaya po KDROP, is a mechanism utilized to accelerate program implementation in times of proclamation of disasters, guided by the principles of participation, transparency, accountability. We added simplicity and speed. Speed because the need to be responded the soonest. The DROM was first used during Typhoon Yolanda, as shared by Director Leo, and utilized to complete 20,701 sub-projects benefiting 5.5 million households despite the challenges in the implementation. We all know what happened in Typhoon Yolanda, but we are happy to inform you that through this mechanism, we succeeded in implementing it. During the onset of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, the DSWD activated the DROM through a memorandum circular signed by our secretary as a way for the KALAHI-CIDSS to respond to the effects of the pandemic under the NCDDP-AF. The DROM will still be utilized for post-recovery. Other areas are starting to recover, but other areas are starting to respond, like those in Mindanao. Thus, the DROM will still be utilized in the implementation to address the varied needs of each barangay with their own situation. How will we implement the program? Don't worry po, I won't lecture, but I would just like to present to you the implementation process that we will be doing, because we have here our MPDCs and our MSWDOs. So first, phase 1. This is on harmonization. Harmonized data gathering and analysis tools that are used by communities under the KC-NCDDP, including the rapid need assessment with local planning tools used in the barangay development planning. And then adoption of the participatory situational analysis and our data results to prepare the community priorities for the duration of the program implementation. So sa our data, there are enhancements to ensure that COVID concerns will be addressed in partnership with our municipal health officer at the municipality. In the integration of the PSA and the RDNA result and the 3-year priority list with the BDP that is subject to updating this year and securing the necessary funding support for barangays that cannot be prioritized in year 2 due to the scaled-down block grant support and the full funding of the sub-project for year 3. Completion of one round of implementation supported by the NCDDP. On the second phase, which is institutionalization, there will be a review of year 1 experiences, particularly on the harmonization of tools for planning and the result of the updating of the BDP, and identification of the important lessons to enhance institutionalization of CDD in phase 2. Hopefully, DILG will issue its enhanced BDP process with inputs, particularly from DSWD and other partners, on the outcome of the harmonization conducted in year 1. And then, in phase 2 still, completion updating of profiling prepared in year 1 and enhancement of inputs to the barangay development planning preparation for 2023 using the enhanced barangay development planning. Training after election in 2022, focus of 2023 implementation would be training of LGU officials and community volunteers on the enhanced BDP in partnership with the ILG. Year 2 will scale down allocation. So first year, we will have an allocation from the loan of amounting to 70%. But in 2022, 50%. We will only provide 50% block grant to the municipalities because in 2022, there will be an increased allocation of each municipality due to Namandana's ruling. So I hope that the LGUs will be able to prepare to provide the provision of the 50% counterpart. So how will we achieve the success of this program? We've heard a lot of testimonies and expression of support. And if everyone at the presidential table would be given the opportunity to speak, I hope everyone would say that you will also support KALAHI-CIDSS. So in order to achieve the project development objective that I presented earlier, the DSWD, the NGAs, the LGUs, and the communities are being called to ensure that the following key roles and responsibilities will be observed in the execution of the program. Of course, unahin ko po, ano po ang commitment ng DSWD? We will coordinate with the LGU because as provided in the devolution law, we cannot implement any project in your municipality without first coordinating with you. We will deploy staff who will serve as main unit of support and coordination in the implementation of KDROM. Provide technical assistance to the LGUs to enhance the community capacity to implement the program. And this is where we need the other national government agencies who can help us provide the trainings needed by our communities. And we will work with the LGU in ensuring the program implemented in a participatory and transparent manner while ensuring effective and efficient delivery of the results. For the LGUs, can we have a round of applause for our LGUs? Our LGUs will also coordinate with the DSWD with its various program, activities, and projects for implementation in relation to COVID-19 and other disasters because we need to maximize all the resources available. Create a municipal coordinating team that would partner with our area coordinating team, ensure involvement of municipal health officer to guarantee that all activities shall observe COVID-19 protocols. We do not want to violate any protocol, either given by the IATF or your local IATF. Include the KC area coordinator and at least 3 community volunteers as part of the MDREAM-C. Ensure availability of bridge fund for use of opening community accounts. Karamihan po kasi ng barangay, wala daw pong pang-open na 10,000 doon sa account nila. So we need the help of our MLGUs. And then, provide the local counterpart contribution amounting to 20% of the total project costs. We will also ask the LGU to support the institutionalization at the CDD processes at the municipal and barangay level through a municipal resolution, barangay or municipal resolution, or if possible, a municipal ordinance. Kaya po ba? Thumbs up daw, pero dapat mas malakas na kayang-kaya. Kaya po ba? Thank you. So we hope that all municipalities will institutionalize some of the elements. Now, we are not saying that you will adopt all of it. Whatever is the reality in the municipality, what will work among the elements, you can adopt it. At the national level, we are also doing our part with the CDD bill. There is already a substitute bill crafted through the Poverty Reduction Committee. And we hope that you can also help us lobby for it to become a law. Of course, the role of DILG is to spearhead the development of the capacity building modules that we will be rolling out in 2023. So we already started working with NBOO and LGA so that by 2023 we will be ready because pilot testing will be done in 2022. So rollout would happen 2023 just after the election, wherein the new officials will be trained on how to do CDD or the local planning and development process that integrated the CDD elements. And as mentioned by USEC, they will also assist DSWD in the implementation not only of Kalahi, but all the programs of the DSWD. So let's continue to become partners and in ensuring that all these programs and services will reach the geographically isolated barangays, communities, and municipalities. Pwede po tayong tumayo at magsabi tayo, Magkalahi Pilipinas.
Magkalahi Pilipinas.
At the count of 3, Magkalahi Pilipinas.
1, 2, 3. Magkalahi Pilipinas.
Maraming salamat po sa inyong sa lahat.
Okay, there you have it. Thank you very much, Ma'am Janet. Those were the coverage of policies, principles, approaches, and timelines for the implementation of KALAHI-CIDSS and CDDP Additional Financing. Those inputs, as what was presented, will be essential as we seal our partnership with the program. Once again, thank you very much, Director Armas. To proceed with the next activity, we have invited the media. Some are joining us here physically and some virtually. So moving on, we will now proceed with the press conference.
So may we request ASEC Rhea B. Peñaflor, Director Janet P. Armas, and RD Leo L. Quintilla to please proceed upstairs, and may we call on the Regional Information Officer of DSWD FO5, Ms. Mary Giselle B. Mesa, to act as the moderator. So friends, we give you the press conference.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, thank you very much for your presence here today, both physically and virtually. Welcome to the press conference for the KALAHI-CIDSS Additional Financing launching, being held today here at St. Elise, Legazpi City. Good afternoon, everyone, and let me say again, congratulations, KALAHI-CIDSS and CDDP, for your launching today. By the way, I'm Mary Giselle Mesa, the Regional Information Officer of the SWD Field, Office 5, and I will be the moderator for the press conference today. So I am joined on stage by the Assistant Secretary for Specialized Programs, who is also the Deputy National Program Director of KALAHI-CIDSS and CDDP. She's none other than the beautiful Asik Rhea B. Peñaflor. Another equally beautiful lady beside me is the National Program Manager of KALAHI-CIDSS and CDDP, Director Janet B. Armas. And, of course, our ever good-looking and highly energetic RD, Director Leo L. Quintilla Sese. Morning pa po pala, sorry. Good morning, everyone. Now, before I take the questions from the media, allow me to give you a few reminders. So we are allowed, this is for the media, we are allowed only one question and one follow-up question. We can only ask questions related to KALAHI-CIDSS and CDDP-AF. And we will also not be taking any more questions from our media virtually because we have already gathered the questions beforehand to avoid duplication. Okay, so let's start. We have with us today Sir Ken Cabaltera of Idol News FM. Sir Ken, can we have your questions, please?
Good morning sa lahat. Good morning, Director, and sa lahat sa mga secretaries and undersecretaries, assistant secretaries. Good morning. Siguro, ang unang batong question is para kay Director Janet. Ma'am, sa laki po ng pondo na nailabas na po ng ahensya ng DSWD, katuwang po yung iba-ibang organisasyon. Kumusta po ang implementasyon ng programa? And sa assessment po ninyo, nakatulong po ba ito para maiangat po yung kalidad ng pamumuhay po ng mga mamamayan sa mga lugar po na benepisyohan po, nabigyan nitong programa?
Sige, so since ako yung pinapasagot, thank you, Ken, sa tanong. First of all, we'd like to thank the media for partnering with us in our sa itong project na to. Yung pondo po ng KALAHI-CIDSS noong 2020 ay almost complete na rin. 98.48% na yung completed. So konti na lang po yung tinatapos namin. Base sa datos natin as of June 18, 2021, maasahan po natin na hindi matatapos ang taon, tapos na rin po yung mga projects. At bakit po mabilis itong ating pag-implement? Kanina, diniscuss ni Director Janet yung K-drop, no? Yung modality kung saan napapabilis yung ating paggawa or pag-implement ng mga sub-projects. At doon sa katanungan mo kung mayroon bang mga evaluations, yes po, we have evaluations from the World Bank. At ang sinasabi at ang naging resulta po nito is that mas marami yung nagpa-participate because they are empowered, especially our women. Nakita nyo rin po sa datos na our women are also helping in the implementation of these sub-projects. And yung pinaka-importante po sa lahat is that the community involvement is there. Sila yung nagde-decide ano ba yung angkop or ano yung need po ba sa kanilang mga barangays, ano po ba yung mga proyekto na kailangan nila. Sila po yung nagde-decide nun. Sila din yung gumagawa ng projects. Kaya po mataas yung co-ownership ng ating mga komunidad at in the end, aalagaan nila. It's an investment of the government where they participate and that they have high ownership. So, yun po, not only in the paper na maganda yung evaluation ng ating mga partners like World Bank, but that the government is there, nafe-feel yun ng tao, nakikita nila at nagagamit nila. There's access to these facilities provided by our government and all other projects in the midst of the pandemic. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Siguro yung second question, please, para kay R.D. Leo. Sir Leo, good morning. Welcome
Good morning.
po sa
Good morning, Ken.
Ngayon lang po tayo nagkita in person. Ngayon po na may panibagong pondo po na ibibigay para po sa KALAHI-CIDSS. Ano-ano po ba yung mga dapat pang asahan na mga Bicolano mula po dito sa programa? And ano-ano po yung mga priority projects na ngayon po ay sa ilalim nitong bagong pondo ng KALAHI-CIDSS?
Maraming salamat, Ken, sa question. Una-una po, we're going to implement KALAHI-CIDSS in 6 provinces with a total of 76 municipalities covering around 2,000 barangays with an investment of around 1.3 billion dito sa Bicol. Ibig sabihin nito, based sa ating implementation, magkaroon ng capacity building ang ating mga local government units, sa ating mga volunteers, sa ating community. At the same time, the highlight nito is the implementation of prioritized sub-projects ng mga communities. So ito po ay nahulugan na ito po ay tutugon sa ating part ng COVID-19 response. So tinitingnan natin na this will help mitigate the impact of COVID-19 first sa ating rehabilitation and recovery na rin ng ating mga communities, including part ng livelihood. At the same time, yung access to basic infrastructure na kailangan ng ating mga poor communities. So inasahan po natin na magkaroon ng KALAHI-CIDSS Additional Financing will bring more investment at the same time development sa ating rural communities. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Director. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Ken. This question is from, by the way, Sir Ken is the area manager of Bicol Idol News FM. And siya rin po ang ating, sa station po nila tayo may radio program. Every Tuesday, 10 a.m. Okay? So, this second question is from Sir Jeric Bordonada, the new correspondent of DZRP Radio Partido. He is attending virtually. The question is the KALAHI-CIDSS program, KALAHI-CIDSS program will be devolved to LGUs by 2022 due to the Bandanas case? Yes, will it be devolved? So I think
thank you for that question. The KALAHI-CIDSS will not be devolved in 2021 and even in 2022 because the technical working group of the devolution approved that we will be on transition because we already have the approved loan agreement between the World Bank and the government of the Philippines. Thus, for 2021 to 23, this will serve as our transition and full devolution will happen in 2024. However, we are lobbying that, and it's in the CDD bill, that we will continue existing as the Knowledge Institute for all community-driven development implementers to be provided with continued capacity building through the KC Knowledge Institute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Janet. And I hope, Sir Jeric, your question has been answered clearly. Hindi po i-devolve ang KALAHI-CIDSS and CDDP. Okay, so that question was from the DZRP Radio Partido, Ma'am Janet. Okay. We will now proceed with the next question. We have with us today Sir Christopher Briones, the reporter of Action Co Online TV. Sir, may we have your question, please?
Hello po, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Yung question ko po, kahit po sino pwedeng sumagot. Kasi po, ano yung naging what are the considerations in choosing o yung evaluation po natin kung bakit napipili po or bakit ito lang yung number na nadagdag sa additional funding, kumbaga? Kasi in the midst of pandemic, all the municipalities and cities are experiencing such problems of pandemic. Sige po.
Thank you again sa tanong na yon. For the criteria in selecting our target municipalities, the 676 municipalities for additional financing, number one, the poverty incidence of that municipality should be not more than or below 36%. Okay, we have a lot of municipalities with poverty incidence higher than 36%. So pag below 36% ang poverty incidence, maybe they have other programs that can be availed with the other agencies. And then second would be municipalities affected by disaster for the past 5 years. So we have a record at our office and the NRIMC office showing that these municipalities were devastated in the last 5 years. And then, of course, the willingness of the local government unit to adopt the process. It is provided in the law that we should coordinate with the local government unit before implementing any program. Thus, if we coordinate and the LGU is not willing to accept the program with its mechanism, then we cannot implement the program. So those are the 3 criteria at the national level. Those are the 3 criteria and our basis in identifying the 676 municipalities.
Okay. So given po na depende po sa LGU, but is there any possibility na lahat po ng municipalities and cities dito sa Bicol, Director, ay magkaroon din po ng additional funding?
Actually, there are requests being forwarded to our secretary. LGUs are requesting, even cities, the urban areas are requesting to be covered by the program. But because of our limitation, fund limitation, we really need to prioritize the poorest municipalities. But I mentioned earlier that in the past we've been focusing on the 5th to 6th class municipalities. But in the first criteria wherein we have identified municipalities with 36% above poverty incidence, there were other municipalities that were included. So we wanted to go to all municipalities and cities, but DSWD need to prioritize because of the limited resources.
Okay po, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I hope your questions were satisfactorily answered. Sir Christopher, thank you. By the way, he is the reporter again of the Action Co Online TV, one of our partner medias. Another question is from our attending virtually is from Ms. Ange Galero, the field reporter of DCGB AM. So the question is, what are the challenges faced by DSWD Bicol in the conduct of projects, particularly under Kalahi-CIDSS? I believe Director Leo will be the one to answer.
Well, wala pong project na perfect yung implementation. So maraming challenges yan. Una-una po yung the way, yung engagement natin. Secondly, may mga factors din tayo of availability of funds and the rest. And of course, yung ating mga challenges during the implementation. Kasama na dito yung availability of the contractors, yung weather condition natin na sometimes cause delay ng ating implementation. But given the 15 years experience of KALAHI-CIDSS, we have overcome those problems. And we have already identified the risks and how to mitigate those risks to ensure that tama at the same time we can implement the project on time, on schedule, and of that of quality. So given the experience of FO5 and given the experience of men and women of KALAHI-CIDSS, kayang-kaya natin i-implement yung programa dito sa region.
Okay, very well said, RD. And being part of KALAHI-CIDSS before, alam ko po talaga na napakaganda ng implementasyon ng Kalahi-CIDSS, and there are mechanisms, no, regular ang monitoring, and we have the grievance redress mechanisms to put in check yung mga nangyayari sa ating community and to ensure that the project is doing great and running as scheduled and running as projected. So yan po, Ma'am Ange Galero, if you're still there, I hope your question has been satisfactorily answered by our RD. So is there any other reporter around? It's gonna go, okay. So I think that concludes our media conference for today. Thank you so much to our media partners and of course to our panel of guests for today. Thank you so much everyone, and we hope you will have a happy lunchtime. Thank you.
And that ends the press conference. Once again,
Ma'am, photo ops daw po with Secretary. Secretary, may we invite you on stage, please? With, of course, our two guests from the media, Sir Ken and Sir Christopher. Please come up on stage. After po ni Secretary, may we also invite you, Sec Dino, for the photo op.
And that ends the press conference. Once again, thank you so much, ASEC Rhea B. Peñaflor, Director Janet P. Armas, and RD Leo L. Quintilla. We also would like to say thank you to our RIO, Ms. Mary Giselle B. Mesa, for facilitating that portion of the program. And to all our friends from the media, hope that we were able to answer and provide responses to your concerns. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we have our lunch, we would like to take this opportunity for a picture taking with our distinguished guests. So again, may I request Secretary Bautista to please come up the stage together with Yusek Dinio, RD Leo, Director Janet Armas, ASEC Rhea Peñaflor, we also would like to request Mr. Olivio D. Ramirez, Ms. Joya de la Rama of OCD, Police Colonel Jose Maria Franca, Dr. Lynette V. Rosales, and Major General Henry Robinson Jr. Please come up the stage for the picture taking. And after this, we will be requesting the MANCOM to please join our distinguished guest for a picture taking. So may I request Ma'am Gurley Avila, Attorney Michael Jerome Villena, Ma'am Susan Biliesa, Sir Judex Donel Llamoso, Miss Marisa Paeste, Miss Marites Kismorio, Sir Arwin Razo, Ma'am Juvie Pasano, Miss Joy Jimena, Miss Mary Giselle Mesa, Sir Earl Maximilian Cecilio, and Ma'am Rosalie Bariso. Kindly join them for a picture taking. So after this, we will be requesting all the LCEs of the different municipalities present here today.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
So after this, may I request all the LCEs present here today. We have from Puduran Albay, Honorable Alan Arandia. From Malinaw Albay, Honorable Lenny Bell Seriola Santos. From Pulangi, we have Honorable Andy Mariscotes. We also have from Tiwi, Honorable Jaime Villanueva. We also have here Attorney Cynthia Falcotelo Fortes, Honorable Caroline C. Reyes of Pilar, Sorsogon, and Honorable Sharon Rose Escoto from Gubat, Sorsogon. May also request from Donsol, Sorsogon, Honorable Cristina Abitria, SB member. From Castilla, Sorsogon, Honorable Elmer Mirandilla, and from Bula, Kamsur, we have Honorable Glenn Henyo. So may I request all the LCEs mentioned to please join us.
Recording stopped.
And after this, we will be requesting all the representatives of the different municipalities in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon. Again, may I request all the representatives of the different LGUs in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon. From Manito, from Kamalig, from Puduran, Malinaw, Pulangi, Tiwi, Libon, Uwas, Albay. And of course, from Kasiguran, Barcelona, Huban, Pilar, Donsol, Castilla, Gubat, and Bula, Kamsur. May I request all of you, our guests, to please proceed here for the picture taking. May I again request all the representatives of the different LGUs in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon for the photo opportunity with our distinguished guest. And after this, may we request our colleagues from the National Program Management Office. We have Ms. Feby Ventura, Ms. Didit Bosoen, Ms. Tresna Pablo, Sir Lawrence Garcia, Sir Rainiel Aragon, and Sir J. Aribay, together with my partner host, Mr. Manuel Ocaña Jr. Again, may I request our colleagues from the National Program Management Office for a picture taking with our distinguished guests. By the way, can we request Ardo Gurley Avila and Arda Attorney Michael Jerome Beliana for the photo op? After this, we are requesting our colleagues from the Regional Program Management Office of FO5 Bicol. So from the engineering unit, we have Engineer Jonathan Basilia. We also have SMU, Ms. Ronel Ann M. Sirtan. From the MNE, we have Ms. Joy P. Carion. From the SDU, we have DRPM Ella Escorel. RPC, Rosalie Barizo. And of course, Ardo Gurley. May we again request Arda Miko to join us for the photo op. And all the other members of the RPMO from the CAP Build unit, yours truly, and ano pa ba? Sir Jonathan Sandigio from the SDU, our Community Development Officer 4. May I request the team, RPMO, kindly proceed here po for the picture taking. May we also request all the usher and usherettes, please. For the photo op. Okay, sign daw. Okay, wala na. Okay, thank you so much. Once again, thank you so much to our distinguished guests. So time check, it's already 12 noon. So we will now have our lunch, and in observance of the health protocols, our meal will be served plated. So while taking our lunch, we will listen to the beautiful music by an acoustic band. So they will be performing live here at Hotel St. Delis, Legazpi City. So let us enjoy the songs while having our lunch. So we will be back a little later for the continuation of our program. Thank you and happy lunchtime.
Recording stopped.
Boy
Empower, transparent, inclusive, and multi. Lo- localized decision
You always have my unspoken passion. Although I might not seem to care, I don't want clever conversation. I never want that hard. I just want someone that I can talk to. I want you just the way you are. I need to know that you will always be the same old someone that I knew. Oh, what will it take till you believe in me the way that I believe in you? I said I love you, and that's forever. And as I promise from the heart, I could not love you any better. I love you just the way you That was a song from Billy Joel. That was just the way it was. You are such a that's why I'll always be around. You are the apple of my eye. Forever you stay in my heart. I feel like this is the beginning. Though I love you for a million years, and if I thought I ako ay mapalagi na ako'y iyong mahalali. Pangakong ikaw lang ang ibigin, makakailanman di kita pipilitin. Sulit mo pa iyong damdamin ay alam, tumibok ang puso mo para sa akin. Kung ako ay mamalasin at meron na ibang mahal, ipatuloy ang aking pag-ibig, makakailanman di kita pipilitin. Sulit man pa iyong damdamin ay alam, tumibok ang puso mo para sa Kung ako ay mapalagi na ako'y iyong mahalali, pangakong ikaw lang ang ibigin, makakailangan di kita pipilitin. Sulit mo pa iyong damdamin ay alam, tumibok ang puso mo para sa akin. Di kita pipilitin. Sulit mo pa iyong damdamin ay alam, tumibok ang puso mo para sa This time I'd like to give you something from Bill Withers. When I wake up in the morning light and the sunlight hurts my eyes, and something when I fall in love, baby, it's heavy on my heart. Ooh, baby, I look at you, la-da-da-da, and the world's alright with me, la-da-da-da. Ooh, just one look at you, la-da-da-da, and I know it's gonna be is alright with me. 'Cause you make me feel so blue. And I wanna spend my life with you. Since that same spell, since I've been together, oh, loving you forever is what I need. Let me be the one you come run to. And I've never been untrue, baby. Let's stay together. Loving you whether times are good or bad, happy or sad, come on. Whether times are good or bad, happy or sad, come on. Why? Oh, why people break up? Oh, turn around, no, I just can't see. For you never to do only to me. 'Cause being around you is all I see, babe. Is what I wanna do we ought to stay together. I'm loving you whether times are good or bad, happy or sad, come on. We ought to stay together. I'm loving you whether times are good or bad, happy or sad, come on. Good or bad, happy or sad, come on. Good or bad, happy or sad. We ought to stay together. I guess you wonder where I've been. I searched this far love within. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let it go. My friends want to know what is wrong with me. Oh, I'm in the days from your love, you see. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. Some people go around the world for love, but they may never find what they dream of. What you won't do for love, At exactly yun, nag-start tayo. At exactly yun, nag-start tayo. Parang yun lang ako dito.
You tried everything, but you won't give up. In my world, only you. Maybe you fall love, but I would not do. Maybe you fall love, but I would not do. Maybe you fall love, but I would not do. We'd love to do one more song for everybody. I see the crystal rain just fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun can shine. To make those rainbows in my mind, when I think of you sometime, I wanna spend some time with you. Just the two of us, we can make it if we try. Just the two of us, just the two of us, just the two of us. Now building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. Will the fall of no time for cheats? We said was all it is. Did you make the vows wrong? Good things must come to those who wait, not for those who wait till late. We gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us, we can make it if we try. Just the two of us, just the two of us. Just the two of us, now building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. Oh, I hear the crystal rain just fall on the window down the hall. If it comes the morning dew, and darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you. Just the two of us, we can make it if we try. Just the two of us, just the two of us. Just the two of us, building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. We hope you enjoy the music. Once again, if you're in the first justice, we thank you for having us. Thank you so much for good day, everybody.
So a big round of applause for the first string acoustic. So thank you so much for that beautiful music. So at exactly 1 p.m., we will start with a continuation of our program. So may I request all our guests to please settle down. So may I request all the mayors present here today to please occupy the front seats. Once again, may I request all the mayors present here today to please occupy the front seats.
Recording in progress.
And again, at exactly 1 in the afternoon, we will proceed with the continuation of our program. I hope that all of you have eaten your lunch. And I hope that you are full and ready to listen for the next portion of our activity for this afternoon. So we still have 4 minutes before 1 in the afternoon. Before we start, allow me please to acknowledge the presence of the Senior Social Development Specialist of World Bank, Ms. Malu L. Padua. She is joining us virtually. So a big round of applause for Ms. Malu L. Padua.
Oh, sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Okay, good afternoon po sa lahat. Let us again acknowledge po all our participants present here, so as those participants po joining us via Facebook Live and Zoom. So magandang hapon sa lahat. Good afternoon. Kaway-kaway po tayo from Field Office 1 from the region Ilocandia. Kaway-kaway po tayo. Also from Cagayan Valley. Ayun po, kumakaway na po sila. From Central Luzon. Kaway-kaway po tayo. From Region Calabarzon. Ayun, meron na po sila, sirs. From Tagkawayan. Also from Region Mimaropa. Ayun, hello po, sir. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. And from Bicol. Bicol Region. Kaway-kaway po. Now we are back for the continuation of the KALAHI-CIDSS Additional Financing grand launching here at Hotel St. Elise of Legazpi City. With all our guests watching us again live via Facebook and Zoom.
The World Bank is one of the first development partners of DSWD in developing and implementing community-driven development, or CDD, since it was piloted in 2002. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us via Zoom is the Country Director of World Bank for Brunei, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, East Asia, and Pacific, no other than Dr. Ndiame Diop. A big round of applause.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Okay, may we hear your message, sir?
Oh, yes. Thank you very, very much. I was not sure whether you can hear me. Thank you so much. I do want to start by extending my very warm welcome and very warm greetings to Secretary Bautista, Cabinet Secretary Nograles, Yusek Martin Dino, Honorable Cynthia Palcotelo Fortes, Mayor of Barcelona, Sorsogon, and to all the officials and staff of DSWD, to local government officials and all participants to this very important event. It is a distinct honor for me and for the World Bank to be with you all during this launch of the additional financing for the KALAHI-CIDSS, a very important and compelling project for us. This project embodies empowerment of people and their communities, and it is at the core of the World Bank mission. We believe that people from poor communities, when they come together to discuss their challenges and how best to address them collectively, they come up with solutions that are responsive, effective, and appropriate to their needs. Choosing to launch this project in Bicol makes this event doubly significant. The Bicol region is among the most vulnerable to climate change impact and natural disasters, and was hit very hard last year during the typhoon season. At the same time, this region, and in particular the province of Albay, has taken significant strides in building resilience anchored on community participation and support, thus embodying the essence of the national CDD project. It is useful today to remember that the NCDDP disaster response operations modality, or drone, was born out of adversity. The DSWD, in partnership with the World Bank, developed the project in 2014, and just before project approval, the country was hit by Typhoon Haiyan. The drone was developed to respond to the challenge of responding to the disaster brought by this super typhoon. With NCDDP, the DSWD launched the drone, which proved to be very highly effective in addressing people's needs after natural disasters. The lessons learned from this experience was instrumental in the response to COVID-19. By the end of December 2020, the parent project of NCDDP covered more than 17,000 barangays in 828 municipalities in 14 regions, benefiting 8.3 million households. It funded more than 31,000 community sub-projects, mostly access services including village roads, footbridges, and footpath, and social services including daycare centers, classrooms, health stations, and all of that was done by the communities. Behind these accomplishments are 1.8 million community volunteers, many of them women, who supported the implementation. Our technical audit showed that 98% of the sub-project, 98% indeed of the sub-project implemented were technically sound, showing the power of citizen involvement. Women labor almost doubled in 5 years, and indigenous people also participated actively in the program. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit the country, the NCDDP was immediately able to use the drone modality to respond to the shock. The project not only supported health-related facilities, such as isolation units, but also helped in increasing awareness of COVID-19, as well as organizing the barangay health emergency teams. In all these years that the country has been implementing the project, the LGUs, the barangays and municipalities, have been an essential partner of DSWD. In effect, all these project gains were the accomplishment of concerted efforts, including those of the LGUs and communities as well. And today, as we launch the NCDDP Additional Financing, the program will increasingly be the responsibility of LGUs. We join DSWD in thanking the municipal and barangay LGUs for assigning more staff to implement NCDDP. The challenge is now upon LGUs to continue the strong track record of NCDDP. We continue to encourage the community volunteers to keep participating actively in the development of their communities. As we battle COVID-19, we encourage LGUs and communities to think of sub-projects that will address not only the health issues, but also the persistent impact of the pandemic, including the loss of income or livelihood, disruptions in basic education, and rising malnutrition. These challenges will have long-lasting effects on our communities, families, and children. It is important to start addressing them now. Globally and in the Philippines, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected people's livelihood, businesses, big and small, and has destroyed millions of jobs. This is impacting the communities in the NCDDP areas particularly hard. It will likely roll back some of the formidable gains realized by the country in poverty reduction in the years preceding the pandemic. With NCDDP, the Philippines has a potent instrument built on community participation to help overcome this challenge. With the Mandanas ruling giving LGUs or many LGUs more resources, communities and local governments are better equipped to rise to the challenge. The World Bank has been a steadfast partner for the Philippines for the last 75 hours, and a long-standing partner of the Philippines government in the implementation of the NCDDP. We have mobilized funding, knowledge, and partnerships to support this project whenever the government requests us. This has resulted in a very close and effective partnership with the DSWD, a partnership we're very, very proud of. We very much look forward to continuing our support and working closely with the department to ensure effective implementation of this project. Thank you very much for the invitation, and good afternoon.
And thank you so much, World Bank, for continuously providing financial and technical assistance to DSWD in the implementation of our project, especially with KC NCDDP AF from 2021 to 2023. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on a lighter mode. As they say, practice like you've never won. Perform like you've never lost. Now, we will have the Sining ng Pilipinas. Folks, let's all give it up for the G Styles.
Okay, thank you very much, G Styles, for the dance. For the past years, our partners from the local government units have started institutionalizing the KALAHI-CIDSS CDD principles, policies, and practices. This time, may I call on Honorable Glenn Henyo, a municipal councilor of Bula, Camarines Sur, to give us his testimonies on their CDD initiatives.
Thank you, sir. Secretary Rolando Joselito Bautista, DSWD Secretary, Yusek Martin Dino of the DILG, Assistant Secretary Ria Peñaflor, the Assistant Secretary for Special Programs, Director Janet Armas, the National Program Manager of KALAHI-CIDSS, ma'am. Director Leo Quintilla, the OIC Regional Director of DSWD-5, and all the officers and employees of DSWD-5. My seatmate, Dr. Lynette Rosales of NCIP, from the AFP and the PNP officers, LGU officials who are present and those who are virtually attending this event, fellow workers in the government, Diyos maray na hapon po sa Indogabos. I forgot, of course, Dr. Enjame Diop, the Country Director for Brunei, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand. Baka di na tayo bigyan ng budget, di ko na-mention kanina. While I was traveling towards the venue of this monumental event, I was groping for words to share. I remembered one question during a final exam in our economics class at the Ateneo Dinaga, which perplexed every one of us. The question goes, why is it that oftentimes public comfort rooms, especially in our country, are not so clean? My apology for those who are still taking their lunch. Unfortunately, no one was able to answer it correctly. Our professor said that the right answer is oftentimes it's not so clean because there is no sense of ownership. There is no better way to improve our state of affairs than to involve the people. In fact, in the academe and even in the real world of business, we have now this concept of, or management theory by Edward Freeman, known as stakeholders approach, in contrast to shareholders approach, which focuses mainly on economic profitability for the shareholders alone, depriving those who are part in creating added value to the business, making the setup less sustainable. Experience ko po yan. I am still part of Sharp Philippines Corporation handling the whole Bicol area. Meron po tayong business dito sa Bicol. They are implementing this stakeholders approach and they are very effective. In the field of governance, stakeholders or people's participation has shown us a better avenue for sustainable development. Unless and until we engage our people, they will not be able to value the efforts involved in maximizing scarce government resources, responding to the unlimited requirements of the community. Unless we involve them in governance, the governors will not be responsive to the actual need of the governed. Good governance has always been anchored on the three essential elements: transparency, accountability, and people's participation, which is also the essence of community-driven development. Just like our ordinance, which I authored, institutionalizing municipal talakayan, covering three scopes, namely governance, poverty reduction, and people empowerment. We tried to cover the key result areas for an effective, efficient, and responsive local government unit o BULA. At the onset, making the ordinance happen was very challenging, not only because it is a new institutionalized government process, a rather unfamiliar path for a local chief executive, but this entails feedback system which may be critical to the governance outcomes. Unperforming LGU will be hesitant to show the real performance of the local government. It is not that perfect during the first year of its implementation due to this pandemic, but we are optimistic that we will be improving in this talakayan. The very essence being that in every relationship, trust is very important. And in this case, trust of the governed to the governors will only happen in an environment of transparent, where everyone is accountable and given the opportunity to participate. As the LGU continues to implement this ordinance, we have high hopes that the people will continue to demand for good governance, that further innovation in the implementation of community-driven development programs will be enhanced or will be embraced by all. Currently, I am working on an ordinance which I call Vision 20/20 or Vision 2020, where the direction is to institutionalize the 20% of the 20% development fund of the LGU be allocated to development projects to be determined, deliberated, and granted by all the barangays of the LGU themselves. This is in the advent of implementation of the Mandanas ruling. LGUs will not be enjoying additional funding, and LGUs should be more responsible in utilizing this additional budget. Sana po magamit para sa kapakanan ng mga kababayan. With this KALAHI-CIDSS Additional Financing, we are optimistic that we'll be able to further inculcate in our people the importance of their participation, and more than the infrastructural advancement is the focus towards humanity's improvement. Mabuhay Bayang Pilipinas, magkalahi tayo. Salamat po.
So our gratitude to you, Councilor Henyo, for adopting the municipal talakayan of KALAHI-CIDSS in the municipality of Bula, province of Camarines Sur. I hope that more of our partner LGUs will do the same. Once again, friends, a big hand for Honorable Glenn Henyo. At this point, we will be witnessing a rendition of tula entitled KALAHI-CIDSS na aming iniibig. Put your hands together for the community volunteer from Barangay Bangate, Barcelona, Sorsogon, no other than Miss Salud de la Cruz.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Una, salamat sa Panginoon sapagkat binigyan po tayo ng magandang panahon at pagkakataon. Ang bawat presensya na narito ay tanda ng ating pagsunod. Una po, pinapasalamatan ko ang aking minamahal na mayor, ang mayor ng Barcelona, si Ma'am Cynthia Cortez. Kasama po ang aming MSWD, Ma'am Arian Teryo. Sa inyo po, sirs, madam, good afternoon po. Kay Sir Ruben Pribaldo, alam kong nanonood po kayo sa Barcelona. At kay Ma'am Raniel Sertan, thank you for calling me. Sa totoo lang po, Ma'am and sirs, kami po ang nasa baba ninyo. Kami po ang gumagawa ng implementasyon ng KALAHI-CIDSS. Kami po ang nasa baba para tumulong sa aming mga barangay. Kami po ang nagpapatuloy na sinimulan ninyo sa taas. Sa inyong pagpapagod sa taas, narito kami na mga volunteers. Ito pong tula ay para po sa ating lahat. Kasi alam ko po, magkakaisa tayo sa KALAHI-CIDSS. KALAHI-CIDSS na aming iniibig. Maraming araw at taon ang lumipas na sa aming barangay, aming dinanas. Ang pagkutya ng mga tao ay wagas sapagkat ang aming kalagayan ay malas. Ngunit ang Diyos ay mabuti sa lahat ng oras. Isang araw, isang kamay ang sa amin ay tumulong. Isang ahensya ng gobyerno ay biglang umusbong, na ang dala ay pag-asa at tulong, KALAHI-CIDSS sa aming barangay ay nanganlong. Ngunit isang araw, pandemic ay dumating, ni sa isip namin ay hindi namin hiniling. Sa bawat isa'y napapailing, sapagkat hindi namin alam kung saan kami susuling. Ngunit tanda ng aming dedikasyon, puso at isip namin ay hinamon. Luha man at pigati sa puso namin bumaon, matatag naming haharapin at kami ay di uurong. Maraming araw ang lumipas, pag-asa ay hindi namin pinalampas. luha man at pighati sa puso namin, matatag kaming nagkakaisa upang siya ay lumayas. Sa bawat araw na aming dinaraanan, upang ang proyekto ay aming magampanan, hindi namin inurong ang aming mga kamay na tumulong sa araw at buwan na aming sinusuong. Sa aming alaala, ang panahon ay lilipas, ngunit ang tulong ng Kalahi-CIDSS ay patas, ni hindi naming malirip ang kaligayahang wagas na iniwan sa aming puso kailanman ay nagniningas. Di pa man tapos ang pandemic sa ating panahon, susuungin natin ng may pagkakaisa ang hamon upang ating malagpasan ang bawat unos sa lahat ng pagkakataon at nang lubusan naming maipagtagumpay at ang lahat ay maiahon. Salamat sa Diyos, hindi naging maiksi ang kanyang kamay. Sa aming mga voluntaryong laging nakaagapay, sa aming pagtatrabaho na walang humpay upang guminhawa ang aming buhay at ang aming barangay. Sa inyo pong lahat, sa Kalahi-CIDSS, kay Sir Rolando Bautista, maraming salamat po. Hindi po kami nagsasawa na tumulong at umagapay sa proyekto ng Kalahi-CIDSS. Sa inyo pong lahat, that's all. Thank you.
Marami pong salamat, Miss Salud de la Cruz, sa napakagandang tula na napakadaming analohiya, mga kamay na nagbibigay ng pag-asa, mga matang nakakakita sa kondisyon ng komunidad. Marami pong salamat. Ang community volunteers ay masasabi nating may pinakamalaking puso na iniaalay para sa kondisyon ng kanilang communities. Kung kaya't atin po ulit pakinggan ang isa pang testimonies para mabigyang kulay at mabigyan natin ng kulay ang isang perspective na naman ng kwento kung ano ba talaga ang kaganapan dito sa ating programa. Kung kaya't atin pong tawagin ang ating community volunteer mula sa Barangay San Pascual, Kasiguran, Sorsogon, si Mr. Nolito Hubilla.
Ako po ay si Nolito Hubilla, isang DSPMC community volunteer ng San Pascual, Kasiguran, Sorsogon. Lubos po ang aming pasasalamat dahil isa po ang bayan ng Kasiguran na napagkalooban ng proyekto ng Kalahi-CIDSS facility mula cycle 1 hanggang cycle 4. Kaya ang bawat barangay halos nagkaroon po ng proyekto sa Kalahi-CIDSS facility. Sa tulong ng aming butihing mayor at tulong ng staff ng Kalahi-CIDSS facility. Ang naging proyekto, dahil iba't iba rin ang pangangailangan ng barangay, iba-iba rin ang proyektong kanilang aming mga iba-iba rin ang subproject. Tulad ng riverbank erosion control, school building, evacuation center, livelihood training center, mga kalasada, tulay, upang maibsan po ang takot at pangamba sa mga kasiguranong tuwing may dumarating na mga kalamidad. Kaya, nitong draft 2020, ang naging programa o proyekto tungkol po sa pandemic response. Kaya nagkaroon po kami ng proyektong pangkabuhayan at pangkalusugan. Kaya kaming mga volunteer ay nagkaisa na kami ang mangangasiwa ng mga proyekto sa aming bayan upang sa kanon ay mapakinabangan ng mga susunod pang henerasyon. Maraming salamat dahil sa programang ito lubos nahubog ang aking kaalaman mula sa pagplano, pag-identify, sa tamang paggamit ng pundo, tamang pangangalaga upang magkaroon ng upang maging mahalaga ang proyektong ito. Labis-labis din ang aking pasasalamat sa aking natutuhan sa pakikipagkopwa sa kapwa ko volunteer, sa staff ng KALAHI-CIDSS, sa BLGU at LGU na tumutulong upang ipagkaloob, upang kaloob ang mga proyektong ito, ang programa. At sa muli, nagpapasalamat ako sa ahensya ng gobyerno na tumutulong upang maging katuparan ang mga proyekto tulad ng World Bank Organization, Asian Development Bank, NGO at iba pang stakeholder. Kaya nagpapasalamat ako sa mga nagbigay ng pundo sa aming bayan na sana'y bigyan pa kami upang patuloy pa ang pagsulong at pagsidlak ng bayan ng kasiguran. Salamat po.
According to Elizabeth Andrew, volunteers do not necessarily have the time. They just have the heart. And I believe when you have the heart and the love in what you do, there would be no questions on time or whatsoever. You just give it your best, even without remuneration. So I salute you, Sir Nolito Hubilia, and all the community volunteers all over the Philippines. You are truly our heroes. So friends, they all deserve our big round of applause. Kayo po ang tunay na dahilan kung bakit nananatili ang KALAHI-CIDSS. Maraming salamat po. And at this juncture, let us all witness the unique talent of one of our colleagues from KCRPMO FO5. So friends, put your hands together for our Administrative Assistant, Ms. Sheena May Perez.
May isa pa ba? Encore.
Thank you, SLP. Woo!
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Sheena May Perez, for your wonderful rendition of those songs. Ang galing ng progression niya. Moving on, we will be watching two videos. First is a success story on pagbabalik tanaw sa mga karanasan ng mga volunteer from the Manibe tribe in Jose Panganiban, Camarines Norte. Then followed with the same day edit video or quick look on Magkalahi Tayo.
End of meron kami dalawang barangay.
is sa Rafael. Sing niya. And the one is na para sa amin is one of the as far as the three grades of students. This is declared as one necessary when it's expected. Bilang pagtubo na naranasan na mababa ang tingin talaga sa amin bilang pagtubo. Kung maraming nangyayari ng mga wala is so ang mga katubo ang mga katubo na
kanila dati. Medyo wala pang maganda. Ara kasi panipalipan ko. Yun yung tungkol kung pinagalitan ng ating ama na nasa sa mga hindi pa ba. Ang laylay na lang alam na naman sa
when you have this first cycle, nakita mo yung ganda ng project. Kasi doon mo makikita na mabuhay unang yung transparency. Very transparent. Pangalawa, consultation. Ibig sabihin, mas ang mga barangay or your constituents na ibigay mo yung gusto nila. Nalilito na masarap sila. We know what is best for us. Isa po na nakapagtulong ng nature center. Kasi maninang natin nature center, nagiging evacuation center din ng mga kung kalagada. Kaya nakapagtulong ng nature. Kasi libre ko lang pala assisting siya. Pinagtulong ko lang rin kasama ko LJJ. Yung mga nagiging yung kapatulong na rin. Hindi ko pamitan na kanyang labor. Ang mga katulong lang namin niya, kagabapa ang mga kasgan at tapos yung kaya facilitation kami. May isang tao sa yung linggo, isang tao sa isang linggo.
kalahihayang harapan.
Kung maglampas po ang 100%, proud ako na parte ako ng tribong ito. Hindi lang nga po sa masabi natin, isa ako sa na-empowered, isa po ako sa magpapatuloy kung paano mapaunlad ang tribo.
Okay, thank you so much. You have shown a success story from the Manibet tribe of Jose Panganiban, Camarines Norte. Thank you so much for that inspiration. And also thank you to Rembrandt Studio for that SDE of this KCNCDDP-AF grand launching for the Luzon cluster. As we are about to end our activity for today, allow me please to call on the Assistant Secretary for Specialized Programs of the Department of Social Welfare and Development and the Deputy National Program Director of KCNCDDP. Friends, help me in welcoming ASEC Rhea B. Peñaflor to give us the closing message.
Hello. Ayan. It's my first time here sa Region 5 and nakakataba ng puso yung warm welcome nyo and yung festive dito sa room na to. So congratulations, malaking congratulations sa bumubuo ng DSWD Field Office 5 under RD Leo Quintilla, who is my kasimanwa from Iloilo. Palakpakan natin sila. Hiramin ko po yung sinabi kanina ni Mayor Cynthia Falcotelo. I asked permission from her earlier. Kung ang mga Koreans may K-pop, tayong Pilipino mayroon ding K-drop. So congratulations, Kalahi-CIDSS. Diyos maray nga hapon sa ating lahat. Our beloved Secretary Rolando Celito Bautista, Yusek Martin Dino of DILG, Dr. Endiame Diop, Malu Padua from World Bank, our dear local chief executives, my fellow public servants, and everyone in this room, as well as those in the Zoom platform, thank you again for joining us. I am very honored to be part of this important milestone that we are all celebrating today, the launching of the KALAHI-CIDSS NCDDP Additional Financing. What does this mean for all of us? This means that 10.2 million more Filipino households having access to basic services that are responsive to their priorities, increased and more systematized local fora for expressions of choice and voice by citizens in the communities. More power will be shared to marginalized communities. More knowledge and skills will be imparted to the poor, to the vulnerable, and the disadvantaged. More platforms for our Filipino women to participate. More Filipino communities responding in our fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. This means empowered and resilient communities and more poor Filipinos with improved quality of life, which is the very mandate of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Your presence today shows a strong commitment to work towards advancing social protection for poverty and inequality reduction through the Community-Driven Development Approach, or the CDD. Allow me in my closing remarks to highlight 3 key points made today. First, the value of partnerships in community development and in community empowerment. A dynamic and harmonized collaboration among DSWD, DILG, the local government units, other government agencies, development partners, and our community volunteers is crucial for us to provide common solutions to priority issues in the community. Yusef Martin Dino earlier emphasized in his message this morning, and we are grateful for the commitment and support of one of our important partners, the DILG.
In what we do. Once again, let us give ourselves a big round of applause.
From DSWD Field Office 5, with our Regional Director, Mr. Leo L. Quintilla, we wanted to convey our gratitude and felicitation to all of you who made this event a great success.
I would also like to say thank you for this great opportunity to be part of this activity. Individually, we are a drop. Together, we are an ocean. Once again, I am Bong Ocaña from NPMO.
And thank you to Fashion Literacy Shop by Anthony Cesar Fortuno for my modern Filipiniana attire, and also to Ms. Joanne Altavano for my hair and makeup. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I am Shane Lumerio from KCRPMO Bicol saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And with together, everyone achieves more. Diyos mabalos po sa Saindo Gabos. Sa muli, magkalahi tayo, Pilipinas!
Recording stopped.